Testing. Perfect. Hello. Yeah, good.
May I please request everybody to come forward? We have a few vacant seats in front. Please come forward. We have some vacant seats. Let's move up if we can. May I request everybody to please try and move up if possible? I would like to announce that the Prime Minister is on his way and will be beginning in 10 minutes. I would now like to request the ambassadors of the EU member states, as well as the Global Director of European Investment Bank, Mr. Narayan Bajaj, and Ms. Miriam Ferran to please come up on stage. We will be starting in 10 minutes, and we appreciate your patience in the matter. May I request everybody to please keep their phones on silent? Could we please keep our phones on silent? The Prime Minister is almost here. We're ready to begin any moment now. May I please request everybody to rise for the national anthem?
Good morning.
सायुथुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौम भई फैलिएका मेची महाकाली सायुथुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौम भई फैलिएका मेची महाकाली प्रकृतिका कोटि कोटि सम्पदाको आचला वीरहरूका राजत्वले स्वतन्त्र आचला ज्ञान भूमि शान्ति भूमि तराई पहाड हिमाल अखण्ड यो प्यारो हाम्रो मातृभूमि नेपाल बहु जाति भाषा धर्म संस्कृति छन् विशाल अग्रगामी राष्ट्र हाम्रो जय जय नेपाल।
Nepal. The world often knows us as the land of Mount Everest, as the land of Lord Buddha, and as the land of young people with an old soul. Since Nepal is sandwiched between two Asian giants, it is falsely perceived to be a small country. However, it has a higher population than 22 of the 27 EU member states, making it brimming with opportunity. And maybe now. Now is a milestone, a time in history where we get to redefine what we stand for. Maybe now we get to choose how we see ourselves and how we want the world to see us. Maybe now we get to showcase our true potential to the world and choose a future of prosperity, of sustained development and business. And there is no better platform to do this. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mansi Agarwal, your facilitator for the next 2 days, and I'm overjoyed to be welcoming you to the second EU-Nepal Business Forum. This forum is not only a celebration of 50 years of diplomatic relations, but also an opportunity to promote trade and investment between Nepal and the member states of the EU. The theme, befittingly, is Growing Stronger Together, as the forum aims to facilitate joint investment and projects that can support Nepal's vision to be prosperous, supported by private sector-led sustainable economic growth. On that note of positivity, potential, and promise, it is my honor to invite Her Excellency Veronique Lorenzo, Ambassador of the EU to Nepal, to formally open the forum.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, allow me to welcome to the stage for the opening ceremony our chief guest, Right Honourable Prime Minister Pushpa Kamal Dahal, our guests of honour, the Honourable Minister of Industries, Commerce and Supplies, Mr. Bandari, our Deputy Director General for International Partnerships of the European Commission, Ms. Miriam Ferran, the Director for International Partners of the European Investment Bank, Ms. Turaya Trichy. I warmly welcome our European Member States ambassadors, Ambassador of Belgium, His Excellency Didier van der Hasselt, the Ambassador of Germany, His Excellency Thomas Prince, the Ambassador of Cyprus, His Excellency Evagoras Vrionidis, the Ambassador of Romania, Her Excellency Daniela Tane, the Ambassador of Sweden, His Excellency Jan Teslev, the Ambassador of Finland, Her Excellency Rinahika Heika, and the Chargé d'Affaires of Poland, Mr. Sebastian Domjalski. Lastly, but not least, let me welcome the President of the European Economic Chamber, Mr. Narayam Bajaj. It's a great pleasure, and I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to the second edition of the EU-Nepal Business Forum. We're delighted this year to celebrate the 50 years of diplomatic relations between the European Union and Nepal. Nepal is making strides in its development journey and is rightly focusing on economic growth and on the incentives needed to attract private sector investment. We have examples of Nepal's commitment to fostering an environment conducive to economic prosperity, such as tax reductions for IT companies, a more accessible threshold for foreign direct investment, and the formulation of a startup policy. The horizon for opportunities in local electricity consumption and international trade is bright, with the official agreement to export 10,000 megawatts of electricity to India over the next decade, and the anticipated doubling of the installed capacity. There are achievements, for example, the remarkable 64% growth in the IT service exports, reaching over 500 million euros in 2022, and the milestone of over 1 million tourists' arrival in 2023. And these achievements are also opportunities for EU investors. Since the last business forum, Nepal has witnessed the approval of almost 400 projects, totaling 47 billion Nepali rupees across various sectors, with a notable contribution from small firms. Nepal has a diverse landscape of investment opportunities for all sizes and sectors. Together with the government, we, the EU, have launched the One-Stop Service Centre to speed up company and project approvals. Let me thank the Right Honourable Prime Minister and the Government of Nepal for the support and commitment to economic reform and to this business forum. Let me also warmly thank our EU member states ambassadors, the development finance institutions, chambers of commerce, and companies who have made the effort to come here today. As we convene for the next 2 days, with over 300 delegates physically and over 500 virtually from across the EU and Nepal, our agenda will feature discussions on 4 important sectors, with over 50 distinguished panelists sharing their insights on trade and investment opportunities. And we'll also have a business fair, which I hope will be a place for you to mingle and make contacts. This business forum not only highlights the EU's commitment to resilient global connections, but also to our shared objectives of addressing pressing global challenges. And to conclude, I believe that you, the entrepreneurial private sector, can safeguard growth and prosperity for the Nepali people. Thank you. I would now like to call upon Mr. Narayan Bajaj, President of the European Economic Chambers, for his remarks.
Right Honorable Prime Minister of Nepal, Pushkumal Dahal, Honorable Minister for Industry, Commerce and Supply, Damodar Bhandari, Deputy Director General at European Commission, Madam Miriam Ferran, Global Director of European Investment Bank, Madam Heloise Tore, Excellency Ambassador of EU Delegation to Nepal, Madam Veronique Lorenzo, Excellency Ambassadors from EU Member States, Ambassador from Thailand, distinguished delegates, participants and guests, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. I, Narayan Bajaj, President of European Economic Chamber, Nepal, warmly welcome you all to the two-day event EU-Nepal Business Forum being organized to mark 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations between EU and Nepal. European Economic Chamber Nepal was established in 2005 with the objective of creating linkages between EU and Nepalese businesses across different business sectors, assist EU business investors in establishing business interest and helping partnership in Nepal, engage in policy dialogues, arranging bilateral trade delegation, business activities, etc. EEC represents on the board of European Business Organization, a worldwide network, which is the organization representing EU chambers established outside EU. Currently, 42 EU chambers representing 42 countries are on the board of the EBO Worldwide Network. Over the past 5 decades, European Union has been a significant development partner for Nepal, providing various forms of assistance, including grants, technical support. These assistance have been instrumental in supporting Nepal's socio-economic development, including trade and business-related initiatives. EU aid and grants in trade development have had a positive impact on Nepal's trade performance, export diversification, and integration into regional and global value chains. They have contributed to establish EU investment and partnership, increase in exports, job creation, and income generation at the lower and middle segment of the society. I think EU role will be more meaningful in coming days as Nepal progresses towards middle-income economy by 2026. Often it is said that Nepal is a landlocked country geographically, but the fact is that it is a land of opportunity at every corner. Now allow me to highlight the significant advantage that await EU businesses considering investment and trade opportunities in Nepal. Nepal's participation in preferential trade agreements such as Everything But Arms initiative that ensures duty-free and quota-free access to EU markets for Nepali products, creating a conducive environment for bilateral trade and investment. The quota-free regime will remain until 2026. However, the good thing is that Nepal can avail preferential duty treatment status under GSP Plus up to 2029. Nepal's strategic location between two economic giants, India and China, offers unparalleled access to regional markets and trade routes. This geographic advantage provides EU businesses with a gateway to tap into the vast consumer base of South Asia and beyond. Nepal have an added advantage of duty-free export entitlement to these neighboring countries, bringing huge export potential of goods manufactured in Nepal. Nepal maintains a liberalized economy with favorable investment policies and incentives for foreign investors. The government has recently implemented reforms to streamline business registration process, ensure investor protection, and promote transparency. EU businesses can benefit from this business-friendly environment, which encourages foreign direct investment across various sectors, including manufacturing, services, tourism, and infrastructure development. Nepal is endowed with abundant natural resources, including vast hydropower and green energy potentials, mineral reserves, fertile agricultural land with a rich biodiversity. These resources present lucrative investment opportunities in sectors such as renewable energy, hydropower projects, mining, ecotourism, sustainable agro-based industries. EU businesses with expertise in these sectors can leverage on investment potential for long-term sustainable growth and profitability. In recent times, Nepal boasts a young and skilled workforce with a growing pool of educated professionals in diverse fields. The competitive labor cost coupled with the availability of skilled talent make Nepal an attractive destination for outsourcing, technology-driven partnerships, and knowledge-based services. EU businesses can capitalize on this talent pool to enhance productivity, innovation, and global competitiveness. Currently, the IT sector has an estimated export of about $500 million, which is expected to reach $1 billion very soon. Last month, Nepal organized an investment summit attended by large foreign delegates from around the world. During the summit, more than 150 projects were showcased, spreading across many sectors. Some of them will be showcased during this forum also. I encourage US investors to explore the vast potential that Nepal presents, forge strategic partnerships, and contribute to the country's socio-economic progress while achieving their business objectives. I am confident that following the 2-day business forum, we together will embark a journey of mutually beneficial collaboration between Nepal and EU businesses. I would like to thank Prime Minister, who recently brought certain ordinances which has made ease in bringing foreign investors into Nepal. So many new things has been happened. I think during the first session, it will be declared more clearly by our IBM chairman. I end here with appreciation for your attention and presence in this business forum, and believe that attending it will benefit you in forging new partnerships. All those who have traveled to Nepal for attending the forum, I wish you will enjoy the beauty and hospitality of Nepal and Nepalese. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bajaj, for reminding us of the history that binds EU and Nepal investors, and for highlighting the talent in Nepal that is the foundation of its potential. May I now invite the Honorable Prime Minister to inaugurate the Business Forum with the lighting of the panas. I now pronounce the Business Forum open, and I would like to call upon Ms. Miriam Ferran, Deputy Director General for International Partnerships of the European Commission, for her remarks.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Minister of Industry, Commerce and Supply, European Union Member States Ambassadors, Global Director of the European Investment Bank, President of the European Economic Chamber in Nepal, dear representatives of the Nepali and European private sector, dear members of the Nepali government, dear representatives of the European Development Finance institutions, friends from the civil society, media and development partners, our youth representative present in the room, colleagues and friends. Let me start by telling you how happy I am and proud and honored to be here in Nepal today for the opening of the second EU-Nepal Business Forum. It's my first visit to Nepal, and I really appreciate and enjoy being with you this morning. And I really wish all success to this event. As was already mentioned, Nepal holds immense promise for investment, but we also know it needs some reforms to be able to deliver this full potential, and this is why this business forum is so important for us. We have seen many investments already. We are celebrating the 50 years of diplomatic relations between Nepal and the European Union, and we see this business forum as one stone in the path towards more concrete successes. This is one step in the global offer the European Union is making to Nepal as its very important partner to support the progress and develop investments in the country. This is one step in the implementation of the Global Gateway Strategy, which is the European Union strategy for sustainable investments in the fields of joint interest, which are at the core of this business forum. This forum will address the key opportunities for increased private sector relationship in the fields of crucial development, which are addressing global challenges, such as the fight against climate change, and this is where our joint endeavor in renewable energy in particular is so important. The transition, the dual transition and the digital transition, the huge potential Nepal is presenting in terms of development of sustainable value chains, in particular in the agriculture field, the potential that exists in tourism, and many more other fields that you will all have the opportunity to discuss in more detail in the next 2 days. So Global Gateway is the European Union strategy that helps supporting investment in all those fields, and Global Gateway is the offer of the European Union as a whole, what we call Team Europe, and this is why I'm so happy to be able to share the stage with representatives of, I think, 7 member states, and thank you all ambassadors for your presence today. Mrs. Turaya Chiki, who traveled from Luxembourg to represent the European Investment Bank as the financial arm of the European Union. We also have representatives of national development banks from the European Union, and more than anything, we have representatives from the European private sector. I understand that 50 companies are represented here, and these are really the Team Europe as such, all representatives from the European Union institutions, our member states, the financial sector. We come together to make a global offer in the framework of Global Gateway and to make sure that we can support investments with all the toolbox we have at our disposal. So the European Union and Nepal have very long-standing relationship. Over the last only 3 years, we have been able to put forward some 300 million in grants, in particular in support of our Global Gateway priorities in the field of energy and education. but we want to do much more. And we want to be able to mobilize all the type of instruments that are available to support investments where they're needed. And this is why we are supporting, we have grants, but we also have blended finance. We work with loans, and the European Investment Bank here is already collaborating with a representative of the government and private sector in several fields, in particular renewable. We also have a new tool through budgetary guarantees, which we call the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus. And all those tools are put at the disposal of our partner country, together with the Nepalese authorities, to be able to define a pipeline of investment that would be transformative. And I'm very happy that I will on Friday have the opportunity to inaugurate the Chilimi transmission line, which is a very important project to support distribution of electricity. And I would like to praise the government for the immense effort that has been done in improving access to electricity over the last years. And this is part of the small contribution the European Union can make. We have several other projects in the pipeline, and basically we are here to identify, to continue supporting with the projects we have identified, but also we would very much rely on you and in the contacts you're going to have, in particular in the matchmaking sessions and in the business-to-business discussions, in the business-to-government discussions, to make use of all the opportunities those 2 days give you to be able to identify other projects, other transformative projects where the European Union can help. And once we have identified the projects, then we can see what are the best tools and who is best placed to support them. We already have ongoing activities jointly supported with Finland, with Germany, with the World Bank, with the Asian Development Bank. And the objective is to continue on that path and to make the Global Gateway offer a reality. Just a few words on what makes Global Gateway crucial for us. It's the value-based approach that it is taking. We are very like-minded partners with Nepal. We share the same objective for multilateralism and transparency. And the Global Gateway offer is based on a fully transparent and sustainable path, respecting the highest standards in terms of environment, social, and governance. And this is one important feature I wanted to draw to your attention. With no more, not making you losing more time, I'm just looking for my words. I just want to wish you a very successful and fruitful exchanges and business forum. And I really sincerely hope that we can move from this second edition to a third or a fourth one in the years to come, but looking back and having seen concrete deliverables from those fora. So I think now the ball is in your court, and I hope you will be able to come back to us with a lot of proposals for additional support, and we will be very happy to support you in this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Miriam, for highlighting the global offer of the European Union for sustainable investment, and that is Global Gateway, and also for stressing that we do that in a Team Europe approach. I now have the honor to call upon the Right Honourable Prime Minister to deliver his remarks.
Thank you, Ambassador of the European Union, Her Excellency Veronique Lorenzo, Excellency Ambassadors, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning and namaste to everybody. I am happy to be amongst you at this important event organized by the delegation of the European Union to Nepal in cooperation with the European Union Economic Chamber, Nepal, to mark the 50th anniversary of Nepal-European Union relation. I thank the organizer of this event for hosting such an important program under the theme which is timely and befitting as we are celebrating the special year. As we enter into 50 years of our diplomatic ties, we not only celebrate our past achievement, but also look into the future outlook with a renewed enthusiasm and commitment. This forum symbolizes the enduring partnership and shared aspirations between Nepal and European Union. As we gather in Kathmandu today, we are not merely commemorating a historic event, but also forging new pathways for deeper cooperation and greater prosperity for leveraging the untapped potential of our partnership. We look forward to deepening our ties through increased trade and investment, tourism, people-to-people relations, shared innovation, and for enduring friendship. Over the decades, our partnership with EU has evolved, adapting to the changing dynamics of the global economics and politics. As we celebrate these 50 years, we are also setting the stage for the next chapter of our economic partnership with the focus on sustainable development, green technologies, inclusive growth that align with our national priorities, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the Paris Agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, our journey of friendship and partnership over the 5 decades has been transformative. It is more vital than ever and has been advancing further for the satisfaction of both sides. With the steadfast support of the European Union and its member states, Nepal has made significant strides in various sectors. We stand firm to welcome foreign investment from our friendly countries. We have taken significant strides, including legal reforms to create conducive investment climate and have simplified regulatory framework recently. Committed to reforming Nepal's economic landscape, the government of Nepal is effortful to enhancing the ease of doing business and attracting foreign direct investment. Such reforms and initiatives were designed to ensure that our legal framework are conducive to growth and compatible to sustainability objectives. It also aligns perfectly with the theme today as we unlock new opportunities in sectors like renewable energy, digital infrastructure, and sustainable tourism. Moreover, we have introduced policies that simplify the investment process, ensure openness for business, and foster a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. We aim to create a robust economic landscape where international partnership can thrive and contribute to prosperity. We successfully organized the Investment Summit 2024 last month, and we are encouraged by the enthusiastic participation from over 50 countries. The summit showcased how eager the international business community is to bring their investment in Nepal. We look forward to engaging more with European Union member states in this endeavor. Distinguished participants, in recognition of sustainable development, our government has prioritized green economy initiatives that are both environmentally sustainable and economically viable. We are exploring renewable energy projects, sustainable agriculture practice, and green technology that align with our national interest and global environmental goal. Nepal has always expressed its commitment to the Paris Agreement and is actively integrating climate action into our national development plan and program. Nepal is committed to reach zero carbon scenario by 2045, despite resource and capacity gap and continued challenge posed by climate change despite a near zero contribution to it. Our geographical location offers unique advantage and opportunities in the economic sector. We are committed to leveraging this position to enhance our trade relation further and attract investment from around the world, including European Union. Our development experience shows that EU's expertise, technology transfer, and investment have remained instrumental in modernizing our economy and enhancing our capabilities. We need to deepen our cooperation and explore new avenues where our joint effort can yield substantial benefits for both sides. I believe Nepal's graduation from LDC category by 2026 and achievement of Sustainable Development Goal by 2030 can come to fruition only with the substantial amount of investment and required technology transfer from our foreign partner. We expect the continued support from EU in our path toward smooth, irreversible, and sustainable graduation. We are mindful that our path toward growth and prosperity is not free from challenges. To overcome these challenges, we are taking decisive steps. We are streamlining administrative procedure to enhance ease of doing business, investing heavily in infrastructure development to improve connectivity, and focusing on education and vocational training to creating jobs for our youths. The government of Nepal has recently started automatic route for application of foreign direct investment up to 500 million rupees. We have received and approved some application already through this automated route. We are also seeking to bolster our efforts through international partnerships that bring not only capital but also technological and managerial expertise to our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, in this business forum, I expect in-depth discussion on key sectors of economic transformation such as renewable energy, digital transformation, tourism, agro-farming, and infrastructure development, and identify actionable steps for further collaboration. I hope the discussion in this forum will culminate in solid commitment from our European partners in the form of investment, joint venture, and technology transfer agreement. We wish to see the continuation of ongoing dialogue and cooperation that will help sustainable and growth our economic ties. As the forum reflects on its theme, I believe the insight gained and the relationship forged here set the stage for a new era of partnership, which will unleash the vast opportunities that lie ahead. I once again thank the host of this event, the delegation of the EU to Nepal, for this commitment toward Nepal's growth and development. I wish the forum all the success and wish very fruitful and pleasant stay here in Nepal. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. And thank you for pointing out that the green technologies and the green economy is at the center of Nepal's future economic prosperity. Thank you also for sharing with us some of the measures, some of the legal reforms, and some of your objectives in reforming the legal landscape to make business or to increase the ease of doing business. I think this is exactly what the investors want to hear from you. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to a group photo, family photo.
We will start the first plenary session within 5 minutes.
ठीक छ।
I would request everybody to please be seated for the first plenary session. Kindly be seated. We're about to start the first plenary session. I would request everybody to please take their seats. We're about to start the first plenary session of this forum. Please take your seats, everyone. I would request everyone kindly take your seats. We're about to start the first plenary session. Could I request everyone to kindly take their seats? We're just about to start the first plenary session. Welcome everyone to the first plenary session of this EU-Nepal Business Forum. I would strongly request each one of you to please take your seats. We're about to start the first plenary session of the EU-Nepal Business Forum. I would like to start today with a question. What is possible in Nepal? As I mull over this thought, a variety of images come to mind. I think of investments and progress in renewable energy, high-end tourism, information technology, high-end agriculture, among others. But before we delve into this conversation around Nepal's investment potential, I would like all of you to please direct your attention towards this question on the screen. May I request the tech team to please bring out the question. The question is, should the FDI threshold of Nepali rupees 20 million be increased or decreased? Because we want to make this session very interactive, I request each one of you to kindly go on your phones to menti.com and enter the code above. If you could please kindly go to menti.com on your phones, enter the code above. And the code is 81335438. Menti.com 81335438. Go to menti.com, use the code 81335438. And this question is going to pop up, and I want you to select one of the three options: increased, decreased, or it should remain the same. And we'll be seeing your votes real time, live on screen. I'm going to keep this open for another 30 seconds. May I now request the tech team to please stop taking any more answers? And with your opinions registered, let's dive into our first plenary session, What is Possible in Nepal? The moderator for this session is Dr. Pratibha Pandey, an award-winning scientist and science entrepreneur. She has a PhD in organic chemistry and nanotechnology from Northwestern University, USA, and certifications in management and leadership from Northwestern University and Harvard University. Dr. Pandey is committed to the value addition of Nepal's medicinal and aromatic plants through innovative technological and entrepreneurial approaches. Along with her, I would also like to invite the following panelists on stage: Mr. Anand Bagaria, Ms. Nikita Siddhi Bajracharya, Mr. Suman Joshi, and Mr. Siddharth Mani Rajbhandari. To start this session, I would like to request our special speaker to make his opening remarks. Our special speaker for this session is Mr. Sushil Bhatta, CEO of the Investment Board of Nepal. As a member of the National Planning Commission, he has led the National Infrastructure Development Plan for the 15th Periodic Plan of the country. He's also been decorated with the Prabal Janaseva Shri honor by the Right Honorable President of the Government of Nepal for his contribution as a management expert. Let's welcome Mr. Bhatta with a round of applause.
Thank you, Manasiji. Well, Excellencies, esteemed panelists, distinguished guests, participants, and friends from media. Well, rightly delving into what is possible in Nepal, well, let me take you back to the 15th periodic plan, wherein we have identified areas of comparative advantage, areas that are transformative drivers, and also there are support sectors, and there are sectors which can create a base or foundation for economic progress. And with economic progress, then you can think of prosperity, and for prosperity, we do want sustainable economic, socio-economic development. So this is with that vision in mind, the interventions that have already taken place, the achievements that we have already made, I think we have to give a round of applause and hats off to the private sector for their contributions. And at the same time, if you flip in through need assessment, costing and financing gap, it's well stipulated the threshold of resource that we would have to take leverage of either direct investments or by managing and development of public-private partnership. So it is with great pleasure I extend my warm greetings to all of you on this significant occasion of the plenary session first. And I wish to express my best wishes to moderator and eminent panelist, and I'm sure you'd all do best to enrich the discourse and share your insights and wisdom. And as we convene here today, we embark on a collective exploration of myriad of investment opportunities that Nepal has to offer for sustainable progress and prosperity, albeit for building green-based economy with project that has to be incentivized for climate actions or for creating resilient infrastructure, albeit for making interventions in areas where we have immense potential. So I would want to take you back to an event that we had 2 weeks ago, the third Nepal Investment Summit. I would claim that we presented ourselves in a best possible business format. I would just want to take you to not jargons, but those are fundamentally principle, correct approach of doing business. So it is high time for us to be business ready. Ease of doing business, or reducing cost of doing business, or being competitive, or in placing associated infrastructure. We've got to take stock of existing infrastructure, how well our borders are managed, how well our business corridors in place, how well our connectivity, not just limited to connectivity, but reliable, uninterrupted power supply has been availed to the premises of the places where industries are best, where there are our bulk buyers. These are all very, very important for having proper business climate or investment climate or availing congeniality and conduciveness to our valued investors. So this is what investment board does, only looks into very large projects on non-energy scheme with 6 billion Nepalese rupees, that's around 50 million US dollar, and 200 and above project megawatt, a project of hydropower and other energy project is what is the jurisdiction of IBN. But having said so, we are closely working with our partner agency, Office of the Prime Minister, Ministry of Finance, National Planning Commission, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Supplies, because it is something where everybody has to work and there is business for all. So when we are talking about complex critical infrastructure projects, there are different approach of dealing with such propositions or proposals, or handholding of investors takes place in a different manner. But it is very important we have large number of small SMEs and MSMEs or startups, and in future maybe unicorns. So the comparative advantage area for us is no doubt hydropower, agro processing, or agriculture sector where we do require agri-infrastructure, which is very important. We talk of silos or we talk of the storage to take arbitrage benefit of anything that is stored. And even in hydropower, we would not just limit to saying the energy mix, we have big holding of run-of-river scheme. We'd have to start talking of hydropower mix. We got to have right mix of the schemes, be it run-of-river or picking run-of-river or storage hydroelectric project or multi-purpose hydroelectric project. But we even had one category while delving into, one good negotiation with one of the serious proponent in IBN. We've said one very project which has been taken forward in tandem modality. So that's also one very category that has been formed. So with project, when you delve in depth into those projects, that would decide what policies are required at times. So government has been very committed. We've heard the very inspiring inaugural session where we have had commitment from the organizer, whom I would really want to express my gratitude on behalf of board and office, because this we do regard as a follow event of this third Nepal Investment Summit. This is a follow-up event, and where we are geared for managed development and planned development. Such events are to happen again and again. So as development is a continuous process, the consistent effort from all valued actors of private sector ecosystem is very important. So we are mere facilitators. IBN is a facilitating or a hand-holding agency. But at the same time, we do also say we are there to guide and advise you. We are there to ensure that your all assumed risks are mitigated, or we see your concerns, your ambiguities are thrashed out during the negotiation regime where we collectively together achieve bankable agreements. We call it project development agreement or project investment agreement in case of direct investments. So without taking much time, I would say this is a follow-up event. The first plenary session, I'm sure it will be very fruitful, and it will be a good takeaway for us to say what is possible in Nepal. A lot of things are possible, and we all know. And I would just want to say two things. When we are ideating project or ideating business scheme or developing a business proposal, I think the first thing we look into is what is market, the access to market, the assurance of the market, how robust the market is. Let's say down the line, few years ago, the cement market was very robust. But is it robust now? No, because it is well dependent on, the construction activities. The construction industry is directly dependent on how many houses we are making, how many dams we are constructing, how many roads we are building. So we have to be very conscious when you are developing your business proposal. And at the same time, the agencies who are there meant to handhold should be able to guide and say, okay, look at the commercial aspect, these are things you've got to look into. Technical aspect, this is what you look into. Social, economical, and all that aspect got to look into. But the beauty of small and medium is we don't need to do that thorough due diligence. And I'm happy Department of Industry, post third Nepal Investment Summit, have already approved 25 FDI projects. In number, it's good size. In IBN, though we handhold large-scale project, we've been doing best to, respond to the best of queries that are coming. So things will go on. So development is a continuous process, and a consistent effort is much needed. And I'm really thankful to each one of you, and very delighted to be here early this morning. And I'm here to actually listen to our eminent panelists. So with this, thank you, organizer, EU, and EU Chamber of Commerce and GIZ for the invite and the opportunity. And IBN is there utilizing this platform tomorrow for product marketing, or project marketing, or let's say in specific, I have to say showcasing the project that are there for showcasing for call of expression of interest will be well presented by my colleagues tomorrow. So I humbly request you to be there and see how those projects, to what level of readiness those projects are, how attractive those projects are, and also more for you to know the format, the template of EOI, what we within Office of the Investment Board demand from our potential, serious, capable, valued investors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We're extremely honored with those insightful words and generous sharing. On that note, before we begin, I'd like to let you know we have translation devices available in case anybody wants to use them. They're available right at the back of the hall. We'll start the first plenary session now. If you have any questions whatsoever, please note them down. Somebody will come and collect all the pieces of paper from you, and we're going to sift them and ask them at the end of the session. On that note, I would like to request Dr. Pandey to formally start the session. All yours.
Thank you, Mansi. Thank you very much. It's very exciting to be here. Many familiar faces. Welcome to you all, esteemed guests, honorable guests, and also your excellencies. Thank you, Mr. Bhatta, for opening the session with IBN perspective and also bringing up MSMEs in the picture. I think that's also very important, and we'll be talking about those very quickly as well. The Right Honorable Prime Minister and also Mr. Sushil Bhatta also mentioned the recent Investment Summit 2024 marked a significant milestone for Nepal, signaling a positive shift in the country's economic landscape. Especially, I would like to highlight there were several, not all, several investment-friendly ordinances that were passed by the president, and that's a good step forward, showing commitment of the government to support investment-friendly ecosystem. With that said, we also are acutely aware that passing laws is just the first step. The real challenge lies in effective implementation to unlock Nepal's vast potential that we're going to talk about in our panel as well. Luckily, today in our panel, we have guests who have been doing that every single day, being on the ground and trying to tackle these problems and trying to move the country's economy forward. Welcome. Thank you very much for being here. One of our panelists unfortunately got sick and he couldn't be here, but we'll make sure that gap is filled by 4 of our panelists. This session is not just about discussing theoretical concepts, however. We'll be delving into practical solutions and actionable strategies based on the panelists' first-hand experiences. There's so much to talk about. There is very little time, as we're all aware of, so I'll be going into the panel directly. I'll start, first I'll just do a quick introduction of our panelists. Mr. Anand Bagaria, who is Managing Director of Nimbus Holdings. Ms. Nikita Siddhi Bajacharya, who is Senior Investment Manager in Dolma Fund. Mr. Suman Joshi, who is Managing Director at Want to Watch. And Mr. Siddharth Mani Rajbhandari, who is Managing Director and CEO of NCEC Group. And we'll be learning about each of their ventures very shortly. So I'll go directly with a question to Mr. Anand Bagaria. My question for you is, since you're a prominent figure in the agriculture industry, agri-processing sector especially, how do you assess the current investment potential in agriculture and food industry? What are those key opportunities, and how do we leverage or maximize these opportunities to grow sustainably in Nepal?
Well, I would like to start by saying Nepal is largely a agri-based economy, and when we talk about agri-based economy, we produce about 5.5 million tons of 5.5 million tons of paddy, 2.5 million tons of wheat, and maybe 2.5 million tons of maize. And maybe about 7 or 8 of these crops put together contributes to about 60 to 70% of the agri GDP. And if you look at each of these crops, I mean, if you look at paddy converted into rice and maize converted into animal feed, or if you look at wheat converted into, goes into human consumption, the numbers are overwhelming. The numbers are so overwhelming that each one of us would have to, I mean, given the population of the country, say about 20 to 25 million people living at any point of time, each one of us would have to consume a humongous amount of these grains on a daily basis. So that's the opportunity that I would like to highlight upon, and that huge crop is not the limit. I mean, we are not even achieving the yield efficiencies that our neighboring countries do, and we have the potential of growing 3 times to 4 times if we look at the global standards. So that's the kind of resource we are talking about. And how are these resources being handled? We don't have aggregation facilities. We don't have enough of storage facilities which would kind of help us restore nutritional values, and that is the opportunity that I'm looking at. I mean, that is where a lot of infrastructure is required. And then when you talk about infrastructure, then comes technology, and then comes in a lot of financing. All these factors come into play. Now, when you think about it, I mean, this one gentleman in this morning was talking about Nepal being a landlocked country. But then if you look at adjoining Indian states, they are part of this landlockedness. And that is a huge market that we are looking at. And if Nepal can, I mean, in the earlier days, my parents and, before that, they said we used to export grains from Nepal to India. I think we still do, but the only difference is that the aggregation happens across the border, and then we import it back. So that is where the opportunity is, and then that's on the infrastructure side. And on the other side, we import a lot of food products. Import substitution is a big opportunity, and if we could bring in some brands, some technology in terms of not equipment just, I'm talking about recipes and, the process of making it, if we could bring it into Nepal, I see an export market, I mean, I see an import substitution market, which essentially is, 25 million people in Nepal consuming it, and then the adjacent landlockedness that we are talking about, which is probably larger than what our own population is.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you touch upon a little bit on herbs? And we talk a lot about medicinal and aromatic herbs, plants, not just because I'm in the field, but I think many of us would like to hear about the niche sort of, products through value addition of these things. We talked about crash crops. Are there some potential lying there as well that we can capitalize on?
Not being an expert and on a daily basis, I don't deal with these products, but looking at the whole scenario, I mean, as we say, potato goes into India, and as we say, a lot of maize goes into India. Similarly, a lot of herbs and a lot of medicinal plants that gets exported, and I can think of ginger and cardamom, which gets exported as a whole, but not as a product. I remember going to a supermarket and buying ginger paste, which comes from India, and here we talk about ginger. So there's I see on a broader level, I would like to think that there is a lot of opportunity there, but then what needs to come in is the processing technology, the packaging, and probably market linkages.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Sometimes we look at the problem from top and it looks really big. What I'm hearing from you is really simple interventions that Nepal is already ready for to implement. Technology transfer, we're not even talking about invention, technology transfer, storage, processing, branding, and things like that we can do within Nepal with simple intervention, financing. Obviously, government plays a big role in this, and we can unlock the first layer of potential to go 3x, 4x, and also be self-sufficient within Nepal. So let's leave that there, and then we'll go further into the strategies of this. We started with agriculture, being known as a very much agriculture country, but then now we're evolving in this knowledge economy into digital spaces, energy, renewable energy, and things like that. So I would like to hear from Nikita ji, if you could share some examples of successful foreign investments in Nepal's priority sectors, like IT, agri, energy, manufacturing, not limited to this and not limited to just a firm. If you can sort of talk about that and how do these examples illustrate the investment climate and potential in Nepal, going into the lessons drawn.
Thank you so much, Pratibha, for the question. So for Nepal, foreign direct investment hasn't been very new, but having said that, it's been limited. Like we receive around $150 million to $200 million of investment, foreign investment in Nepal every year. But this still is a step towards where we are heading towards in terms of the foreign investment that we are trying to tap. So when we talk about success stories, so success depends, right? For companies that are looking for growth, where there's a good opportunity for growth, I think tapping into a private equity investment or a foreign investment to take that next step is in itself a big success, right? So success can be weighed from different avenues, but I would like to highlight a few achievements which Dolma is proud of, which could be counted as success. So Dolma, we invest in 3 core sectors: energy, renewable energy, healthcare, and tech. Besides that, we are also actively looking at manufacturing and agro-processing sector because we do think there's good potentials. So a few highlights that I would want to make is, firstly, on the renewable energy sector, we have invested in 3 hydros and 1 solar. So of them, 2 of the hydros are in operations and the solar plant is also in operation. So we are currently producing around 50 megawatt of energy. So with that, the 2 hydros that we invested in around, I think, 3-4 years ago, they have gone for IPO. Today they are trading at around 400 and 320 rupees per share. So you can see the growth in terms of where these hydropowers, when we invested, they were just a PPA-ready company in papers, and now they are producing, and they are listed in the NEPSI, and we've given opportunity for the public to be a part of this success, right? So I think that is one story that we would like to highlight. The other highlight would be in our tech sector, we've got Cloud Factory and Fuse Machines. These 2 companies, they work in the AI and machine learning space, and they are providing talent and services to the Western world, to US, the UK, so, and using the talents in Nepal, made in Nepal. So you can imagine the amount of exposure, the experience, and the leveling up of human resource that is happening through these companies. Cloud Factory at one time employed 8,000 plus cloud workers just in Nepal. But like recently, because of the global slowdown, it's come down to around 4,000 plus. But that is a big number for Nepal. Similarly, this year, Cloud Factory was awarded by the Ministry of ICT as the biggest foreign currency importer in Nepal. That is a proud moment for us, right? Similarly, Fuse Machines. Fuse Machines is a company that is that originated in Nepal, has a Nepali founder, Samir Maske. It is domiciled in the US, but it is a company with Nepali origin. And now today it is being listed in NASDAQ, so it is preparing for that. So I think it is the first ever company with Nepali origin being listed in NASDAQ. So that is another achievement that I would like to highlight. So I think these are some of the success stories. Besides that, like when we talk about success stories, I'm sure Anandji, he is himself a success story. I think when you talk about Sumanji's TNA, I think the work that Alpine Coffee has been doing, like strengthening different parts of the value chain, I think it is a tremendous thing to look up to. So besides that, we've got Unilever, we've got Hong Shim, and we've got a lot of foreign investment that is definitely a success story for Nepal. So Yeah, that is that. What was the second part of your question?
I wanted to go into the learnings, but we can come back to that because I have a follow-up question around that as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much for sharing. Again, when I say success story, obviously it's a process as well. It didn't just happen overnight. They've been in the market for a very long time doing their thing, and we'll come back to that question around how are they supporting the ecosystem. Because when there's no ecosystem, you can't really, step on that to grow. And we'll come back to that when I come back to Sumanji also. But then I see the gap already where we're talking about IT. The panelist is not here, but then, she thank you for mentioning these companies, Fuse Machines and Cloud Factory. And it would have been very interesting to go into that direction. But I think we also have another panelists who could go into this, because of technological advancement, there have been so much of changes in Nepal in the past 50, 60 years. And Siddharthji, who is a CEO of one of the oldest private sector companies in Nepal, you have, and your company has witnessed significant changes in the country's business landscape with all these technological changes, globalization, diaspora movement, brain circulation. Could you discuss how your company has adapted to these changes and the strategies that you employed to build bridges between traditional practices and modern advancements? Having said, obviously, since we're in a business forum, EU-Nepal Business Forum, if you can also sort of connect that with how you're building bridges within and also outside Nepal.
Thank you, Pratibha. Thank you, Pratibha. It's an honor to be here. I usually do not speak on forums. I'm never there because I have the burden of inheritance. I'm running this company. It was established by my grandfather in 1958. We've formed many joint ventures, brought in many international companies into Nepal. He opened the door for international technology to come into Nepal. Bringing the Land Rovers those days, bringing the Toyotas, bringing trucks, machineries, etc., to modernize Nepal when Nepal opened its door to the world in 1950s. So far, we worked. I think our company has a history of 65 years. We've worked with more than 100 multinational companies, you name it. We've helped them establish business here, win contracts, and taken them forward. And given them an honorable exit out of Nepal with no hassles with the government, with regulations, with tax, and anything else in that scape. That's the legacy I carry and I look forward to carry. 20 years back, I came back to Nepal after my undergraduate studies in Switzerland, and I read a document, and that had 61, formidable FDIs in Nepal. Out of which I think our family was involved in 3, with some stake and some larger stake, and some. I sit on the board of the insurance company. I'll give you an example of what's possible in Nepal. I sit on the board of an insurance company, a general insurance company, which has an FDI from the region. We didn't go to Europe, we didn't go further to the west, but from Sri Lanka. And from one of the oldest companies in the region from Sri Lanka. Their investment today, if you look at it, their investment today is worth 150 times what they invested. That's the book value of their investment. So things are possible here, I would say, if I were to answer this question. Of course, there are the other investments that have come along the way, and they are still living in Nepal, and we are proud that we've been part of this narrative of foreign direct investment catalysts into Nepal. As we speak along, I also had a role as the Vice President of the European Economic Chamber until recently, and we put this event together. Our role as Nepalese businessmen is to be a catalyst with whoever wants to come and invest. Of course, the IBN was formed 10 years back. They're doing amazing strides to bring this investment, but our role as a chamber is also to bring this investment. I think every business house here in Nepal should try to be a bridge to try and bring foreign investment here, respectfully and give them a good exit as and when they require it. And that is what will bring technology, that will what will retain brain drain, and that will what bring prosperity and will grow our economy.
Thank you very much for your insightful comment. I'll come back to the chamber part later. Thank you for also mentioning, we talk a lot about bringing in investor, which is mainly, we think it's on the entry. I think it's important to focus on how do we create an exit-friendly environment as well. Having said that, so when I go to Sumanji, while I would like to get some examples of specific investment opportunities and projects in Nepal, when Nikita ji was talking about all these IT companies, I am assuming that Dolma investment invested in these companies when they had grown to a certain scale. So obviously there are certain mandates for investment firms in terms of size, foreign direct investment thresholds and things like that. But what I also know is One to Watch and True North Associates has been supporting MSMEs as well, while being regulated through these mandates and all. We would be lovely to hear about your experience around that and get some examples there.
Thanks, Pratibha. Let me just give you a 30-second intro to One to Watch, which is a Dutch company. It's incorporated in the Netherlands, and we operate in Nepal as a joint venture. We started back in 2012, so we claim to be the oldest impact investment management company here. Our journey has been, almost from the scratch to here. It's been fraught with a lot of challenges. We saw a lot of potential in Nepali entrepreneurs, but then we would have enough interested investors back in the Netherlands and Europe to support the entrepreneurs, but then the flow wasn't happening for various reasons, and chief among them were the investment readiness of the local companies. Our aim was to support the SMEs to start with, but the SMEs would not understand private equity or venture capital investments or any alternative form of investments per se. We were only exposed to traditional bank finance, bank debt. Most of them would not have access to that because they would not be credit ready either. But then, there was a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of potential amongst entrepreneurs, but then the access to capital piece was the one we tried to bridge. And as we started making transactions, we then faced with other procedural challenges, procedural bottlenecks in terms of, onboarding, bringing the FDI transaction into these Nepalese companies. And after having invested into these companies, after the hurdle and the processes that we finally went through, the scaling part was a challenge, because alternative capital providers would look for a scale at a different level, as opposed to what a founder would look at for himself if he was funding it himself and not utilizing external capital. But then, because the private equity investors would seek a larger scale, Nepali market conditions and the size of the market would not allow that. So these were some of the challenges that we faced with, and we ended up working a lot in building the ecosystem, trying to help entrepreneurs understand how to scale business, how to access capital, how to access international markets. We ran business accelerator programs. We, continued providing a lot of non-financial support to these companies. Mind you, our ticket size was between $100,000 to $2 million. We would cater to a range of entrepreneurs in this bracket. But scaling was an issue for all of these businesses, primarily because of the lack of readiness, capacity, and also the local context. So business accelerators, business development support mechanisms, all those things culminated into us taking an initiative to even set up an association called Nepal Private Equity Association, because a number of other private equity players were coming on stream as well. And that association now has found feet and is now sort of taking the industry to the next level as we speak.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that answers my question. And as you were speaking, I was thinking of this graph where there is huge potential, human resource, our demography, like if you look at the population, it's mostly youth, passion, everything. And this is where we're trying to get. And you're talking about these gaps that you just talked about in terms of readiness, know-hows and things like that. That's sort of blocking us from exponential growth, really. Because what Nepal really needs right now, hope, obviously, and then exponential growth. And for that exponential growth, obviously there is a huge role of private sector. Seems like we're doing what we're supposed to do, and then now the government has to really step in and accelerate this process. And now I'll go back to Anandji around this, and I wanted to ask you, you talked about the opportunities, potential, and things like that. Now I would like to ask you, how do we go about this? What are some of the strategies that could be taken? For example, when we look at the market dynamics and technological advancement, is it PPP, technology transfer? How do we harness what we have right now globally and then step on that and then go outside of Nepal, leapfrog?
Again, I'll stick around agri and try to give you a perspective on how we can move ahead. I think most of the legislations and the requirements from the government, most of them are in place, except for, which probably is not a government issue alone, it is about the finance sector, the banking sector as well, is to be willing to finance agri-infrastructure projects over a long period of time. So our Nepal banking has been on a very short duration. So their deposits are for a shorter period, so the lending also is limited to a period. But if you look at any airport project or any irrigation project, similarly a storage project or anything of that sort would need a payback of 20-25 years, which is not available to Nepal, Nepalese bank, which the Nepalese banking sector is unable to offer at this point of time. That is one requirement where I feel that the already large agri-production data that we have can be put to use. Let me give you an example. I run a feed mill and a food processing plant. So if I was to buy only 500 tons of maize at one go, there is no place where I could buy it in Nepal. And for that, I naturally go to India and then secure my initial supplies from there and then rely on the trickling supplies that come into my factory. So that is one area where infrastructure needs to be facilitated, and then that can be facilitated in terms of long-term financing. And second is, of course, we at private sector are dynamic enough to bring in, brands and to bring in technology into the country. But those markets where there are already such activities happening, if this gathering here and through the diplomatic missions around, if we could bring in, if we could convey the message that our IBN chief also has been trying for the last few years, is that Nepal is a market, and in and around Nepal also there is a market which is equally big, if not bigger than Nepalese market.
Thank you very much. Seems like you talked a little about consolidation issues. I see issues in consolidation not only in raw materials but also in human resources here in Nepal. And I agree, there has to be a long-term financing mechanism as well as how do we go about it. And I was also looking at you and seeing you as this bridge between the grassroots and the market and the international market. And that's where the entrepreneurs are. We are the bridges to sort of connect the grassroots and base and traditional knowledge and resources to the international market, to the local market. And I think that's where the government has to leverage entrepreneurs like you and sort of support us to move forward. That's what my understanding was from what you said. I'll go to Nikita ji, and I'll go back to where you sort of left off, and then so in assessing these investor sentiments towards Nepal, what key factors do you consider indicative of confidence in the market's potential? In terms of ease of doing business, ease of entry and exit. And if we have some more time, like I have a little bit more question around that, yeah.
Okay, so when we come in and when like before we come in, we also do a fundraising because our fund is a pot of money where different European DFIs and multilaterals have invested in, right? So like the generals, I think, which every investor looks at, which we look at, and which our investors also look at are like the macroeconomic indicators. How is the inflation going? How is the GDP growth going? Which direction is the market going? The stability in the country, and like how is the stock market performing, forex, things like that. I think what is more important, which answers like how do we look at the market, is a precedent that is set, track record. I think that is the most important thing that Dolma, as a private equity player, is also trying to establish in Nepal, is that Nepal is an investable destination where we welcome different kinds of investors with different risk appetites and who belong to different spectrum of that investment, so that we send that message out loud and clear that Nepal is open for business, and as this session says, what is possible in Nepal, right? So I think most importantly, setting a precedent of successful investments in Nepal through choosing good investments, growing these businesses to a level, and being able to make successful exits is what is the key to setting that market.
Great, thank you very much. I'll add to that, and what I talked to, what we talked about with Sumanji. Is there a leaky pipe where there is this huge potential group of entrepreneurs, and we're not able to support them? You see what I'm saying? So around my mandates and all of that, have you seen that, and have you wanted to sort of invest them on them and then not be able to? And then you can bring in the FDI threshold perspective if you want.
I think that is something that we experience every day, right? Because I think that is something that happened just yesterday, where we had to say no to a very upcoming, very enthusiastic and very passionate entrepreneur who was trying to do something in Nepal, but our mandate did not fit for that, right? So I agree, like Dolma, I think every other investors, they have a mandate in place, and I think that is good because that keeps their head straight, and that keeps them focused, and focus is very important. Because what we are doing is something very new, and we need to be clear of our objectives. But having said that, I think this is happening, and a lot of things are missing out because we still do not have a complete ecosystem, right? We've got investors in different, to be very honest, like we do not have sufficient investors in very early and seed stage of investment. There are more investors as you go up the growth stage of companies. So I think the ecosystem for Nepal, it's very nascent and it's still not very complete, and that is the reason why there has been these gaps. And I would like to connect this answer to my previous answer. As we set precedents, there will be a complete ecosystem one day, and for that also precedents are very important.
Yes, thank you very much for being an important and integral part of the ecosystem and doing this much harder, it's much harder to do it this way, but thank you for doing this and supporting enterprises to be investment ready as well. With that, I'll go to Siddharthi. So earlier, Ms. Farhan talked about the toolkit for investment. Since you have been part of EU, European Economic Chamber in different capacity as a vice president, as a executive board member right now, how do we unlock these toolkits that she was mentioning about, and while making sure that we're very inclusive in this approach in terms of scale, in terms of state, and also in terms of sector?
It's a difficult question for me to answer. How do you unlock a toolkit? I don't have the key to it.
Yeah, I mean, like through the chamber, you know. Yeah.
But there are many instruments, I believe, in Europe that safeguard European investments that's going everywhere to the world, especially Africa, where their focus is. And as I discussed with them, we request them to unlock this toolkit and use the instruments that's required to bring in investment here. I'll go back to 2003 that I say. There's 20 years, there's hardly been any major private sector European investment coming into Nepal. The last one we saw in a large scale was Telesonera that had an exit with the sale to Axiata, but thereafter there's no real big investment that's happened. And they had a good exit. The value, what they did was really good. But coming into what our CEO of the IBN says on storage projects, that's where I would say, or these hydropower projects, we are positioned with our water resources to be the battery or the natural battery of South Asia, if not Asia, right, in this place. And that's what he's working on. Everybody's talking about battery storage, but we are here positioned there. And for that, some of these instruments that are there in Europe to safeguard these large investments have to be triggered. And that's what I requested in our meetings earlier prior to this forum also. There are toolkits that finance insurance, that finance technology over the long run. As a chamber, we are working towards bringing out as a bridge between European businesses, European agencies, and Nepalese businesses. That's our role, right? And putting together an event like this is our role, and we hope that we'll keep building on this. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. That was very helpful, and knowing that these chambers exist and you advocating about these chambers, what you do, especially in the morning session also, was very helpful to know to other entrepreneurs if they wanted to get support from these chambers. Now coming back to Sumanji, this will be the last question around the second round, but then obviously we'll have some time for question and answer also, and I'll give you the hardest job. You heard them all. We talked about gaps, we went into the solution spaces. What we're really trying to do through this first plenary session is not to go into all the sectors possible and talk about the potential of all the sectors. We're trying to sort of talk about where are we standing, what is our foundation, you know. So having heard all of that, how do we do this now? How do we unlock these toolkits? How do we really say, okay, we are ready for investment in terms of financial values, but also value level? You know, so what is possible in Nepal in that sense? And you can obviously bring in your expertise and perspective there.
Thank you. Let me try to connect to your previous comment about a leaky pipe It's so true. If you look around, even in this room, especially Europe, is such a great friend of Nepal. There is so much interest in supporting Nepal through various means and especially investment as well. It's unfortunate that our FTI inflow is well below 1% of our GDP. So we definitely have not been able to tap into the potential sources who are just waiting for us to ask them to help us and show them the way, right? We really need help to help ourselves. That's been the history, and that's also reflected in the last 30 years economic growth pattern that if you look at, we're stuck in a low growth trajectory with a few blips, but then our average growth over the last 30 years has been 4 or 4.5%. Low growth trap on a very small base is something we need to get out of. And we are beginning to see strong signs that we realize it across the country now. All the actors who are involved in turning this economy around and taking it to the potential that it has. That's the first step. You mentioned the ordinances as well. That is a clear commitment from the government side that we are interested in correcting whatever mistakes we made in the past. So that would be the first step. From my vantage point, I would also like to walk you through some of the steps that we took as investment managers, fund managers. I mentioned the ecosystem work that we did. We also realized that a lot of potential investors who are so interested in supporting Nepal do not find the riskiness of this economy appetizing enough. So their interest stays at the interest level. So we've tried to sort of find ways of trying to softening their risk perspective. And the DFIs, development finance institutions, have been particularly very supportive in helping us get there. They are actively supporting our financial services sector, actively supporting our energy sector. Rest of the sectors need to sort of overcome a few gaps. And therefore, what we as investment managers have tried to do is introduce concepts like blended finance, right? If it's too risky for equity investors, can we tap into sources of soft money so that that riskiness can be softened a little bit, and therefore we can find solutions? We have successfully implemented a number of blended finance programs. And in fact, One to Watch's next fund, it's going to be a $100 million fund geared towards the tech industry. It will also have a flavor of blended finance. It will be a hybrid of debt and equity funding, but with a lot of support from DFIs and our development partners and the local financial institutions. So those are the innovations in funding that we are trying to bring to the picture as well. Over time, private equity in Nepal, like I said, has had a history of less than 10 years, but Nepali entrepreneurs are fast learners, and they now know that this source exists, this source of capital exists, and they no longer need to only depend on banks who are oriented towards collateral-based lending traditionally, and therefore they can sort of tap into this capital as well. So these are a few of the examples. In terms of what's possible, let me just quickly mention a few low-hanging fruits that come to my mind in terms of our economy. The two new airports that we have, and the 2 or 3 artery highways that we have that are under construction, let's put them all to use. ASAP, you do that, I think you're already looking at a potential of bringing in 2 million international tourists in a year's time. So there are aspects that are already in the works that can be sort of operationalized to take us to the next level. IT sector, we've talked about it so much. More than $500 million already coming in as inflows. That is predominantly because of the private sector initiative. The government hasn't had to do too much. Now the government has identified this as a massively potential sector and announced its resolve to support it every which way it can. So it can only sort of, grow in leaps and bounds from today onwards. So I think we're already beginning to sort of take these steps. We need to sort of consolidate and stay focused on the economy as our priority. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. As you were talking about the leaky pipe, I was literally thinking of all these talented people in Nepal, coming back to Nepal, trying to invest in Nepal, going through a bridge that has big holes because it has a certain size filter or sieve and falling through this, right? And that's where I think overall we agree that we are trying to build an ecosystem where it's more holistic. It's not just, it's more balanced. And that's what all of us are doing in our own field. I'm not gonna belabor on what we talked about because we really went into this discussion and saw that there is huge potential in Nepal. In fact, we don't need to wait too long. There are low-hanging fruits. There are simple interventions that can be done to unlock these potentials. I also think that if you go around the world and look at other countries, you may have much more lucrative investment potential in terms of just finances. But if we're looking at overall value and values level, I think Nepal would be a really good place to invest. Having said that, Mansi is already smiling at me, which means the time is up. And I'll give the mic back to her. And I would like to thank all of you. We didn't talk about the threshold too much. I would end saying there were two different views from people. The threshold should be increased from the panelists and the threshold should be decreased. Through the panelists, you heard what we said without sort of diluting your views with our biases. We'll just let you answer that through the Mentimeter. I'll pass the mic back to Mansi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Pandey, and to all our panelists here. We have a couple other things to do as well. If anyone has any questions, there are cue cards. If you could raise your hand, cue cards will be coming to you, and we'll select and ask some of the questions to the panelists. To put in your name is optional, but please write the name of the panelist you would want to direct your question to. There's somebody here. Could we please have a cue card for him, please? Also, could I have the Mentimeter up again? Could I have the question again? I would request each one of you to cast your votes again for the same question that we had at the very beginning. And the question that we had at the beginning was, should the FDI threshold of Nepali rupees 20 million be increased or decreased? Please go to menti.com. The code this time is 83477091. If you could just go to menti.com, put in that code number. The number is 83477091. Answer this question, whatever your opinion is on it, and then we'll do a side-by-side look at what we thought of before and after the panel discussion. "30 seconds left for you to register your answers. I would also like to request all the people who are writing questions to kindly raise your hand once you're done so we know exactly where to collect them from. Meanwhile, I've received a question for Mr. Sushil Bhatta. So the question is, how do forums such as this one contribute to IBN's efforts to attract investment in Nepal?
Well, forum like this, if you would flip in through the program or session plan that has been outlined, there are B2B linkages or matchmaking sessions or pitching sessions or B2G or even G2G, because we have had lovely inaugural session and we have had commitment from European Investment Bank and DFIs, as rightly said by panelists, how important it is for upscaling investment at this juncture, be it for in pursuit of incentivizing the project. It is very important the business or private window is really institutionalized and operationalized. Because when we say private finance, the private sector framework comes into picture. So even, for example, just as a case, I would say green, resilient, inclusive development needs to be operationalized. So we are awaiting for a strategic action plan and see what business is there for private window, and also, fulfill Anandji's aspirations of seeking long-term concessional finance for building agri-related infrastructure. You call it storage, and synonym for that would be silos. Why not we have silos on 7 provinces and ensure that we are doing best towards food security? And that's what earlier, if you refer, I was saying some sectors are support sectors. Food is going to support. Right after that, I am going to go and have my good lunch. That's very important. Food is support sector as of now, and for sure it will substitute import, or rather in cases where we have, you're talking about herbs and medicinal plants, I would say why not we reach out to the level of economic value addition by having high value product, cosmetics can be exported. So unbundling toolkit, I would want, please flip in through IBN's website and go through the project bank guideline. I was there in Abu Dhabi a few days back, and they've said, they recognize the work done by IBN, my good team. This was purely an organic document, but wherein we try to incorporate the world acclaimed, tested tools like project screening analytical tools, value for money analysis, project life cycle cost analysis. So every interventions are important. Hats off to you all. It's been very good takeaway for me. These forums are very important. Conclaves are very important. Workshops are very important. Summits are very important. Symposiums are very important. Congress are very important. So events should keep happening. Such quality discourses should go on continued fashion. The deliberations from private sector, I would say in specific, the umbrella organization of private sector should be working in hand with government sector from 10 to 5. Anandji, I would look forward to see you in IBN very soon. Thank you.
Mansi?
I have a question now for the entire panel, but also the name specifically is Nikita ji or Suman ji. What can the broader entrepreneurial ecosystem do to address the financing gap for early stage or MSMEs that are impact driven? Do you want me to repeat that? What can the broader entrepreneurial ecosystem do to address the financing gap for early stage or MSMEs that are impact driven?
Thank you. I think we're already taking early steps in educating our impact-driven enterprises access different forms of capital. There are a number of programs aimed at educating our entrepreneurs with the term ESG. They need to understand what kind of impact they're making and how they're measured and how they are perceived as the potential funders. So that is happening thick and fast as we speak. There are platforms like Invest for Nepal. There's a platform called IIN, Invest for Impact Nepal, which is taking the lead. That has been, again, funded by DFIs and our development partners. So activities like that are already happening. The founders on their own, what they can already do is make themselves more conversant with the local nuances, local regulations, and make themselves compliant with these activities. Because unless you are compliant and transparent, you cannot expect to receive any form of investment, impact or commercial, right? Because investors would like to see their investee companies report the truth in a transparent way, in a transparent way, right? So the founders, I think, need to work on themselves to basically try and improve their understanding and capability to comply with the regulations and their accounting standards and the taxation compliance and all those need to be sort of thought of by founders. I'll leave it here. I think Nikita can add to this.
Completely agree with Sumanji, where any and every entrepreneur must start is by being like, just follow the rules and regulations of the country, because that's the first thing that any investor would ask for before turning the books, right? So besides that, ESG, as in what are the impacts, the environmental, social and social impact that the company has towards the environment and the society it's living in, and how the governance framework, how transparent the company is. These are the two fundamentals. Besides that, what I've also noticed in Nepal, like I would like to talk about it more generally, is we need to step up our game in terms of being able to pitch, right? Because I think Nepal, businesses are pretty good in Nepal. Like, they are doing good businesses, they are tackling the problems, they are providing good employments, but marketing themselves, branding themselves and making that pitch is, I think, one big gap that I do see. Like, even if I like the business, you know, like, that is one key thing that needs to be improved. So I think, in Nepal, there is a dearth of, I think, good consulting services that takes care, because we do not have like investment banks who help us with investments. But I think giving that 360-degree preparedness to companies, not just in terms of compliance, but in terms of like exposure, experience, saying the right things at the right time, and going to the right investors, knowing what are the key buttons to hit. I think there is a lot of exercise, and there's a lot of mentorship and consulting work around it that can help the entrepreneurial ecosystem.
Impact investment is a very interesting topic, you know. What I would like to tell everybody is that we have to be prepared with governance, you know. Our governance within our firms have to be ready if you really want good investors, good investment to come into your company. To answer that question in short, ESG is there, you know, environment, sustainability, social, whatever, but your own governance has to be correct. You have to be clear in your head that you're not going to bribe your way out of everything, and you're not going to hide accounts, you know. And this is where what I referred to over these years, we've given good exits to companies that have worked with us, you know, honorable exits, and they are still friends with us. But then what we see in the last 10 years is governance is something that we got to take care of, right? Thanks.
Do we have answer from the Mentimeter before after?
Yes.
If you can share that,
we'll be
we
sharing
would
that
like
as
to.
well. May I request the tech team to do that? And while that comes up, I have the final question for today, and we're going to try and make it as concise as possible. And the question is, what is the status of the Hedging Act and how will it move forward? This question is to Mr. Bhatta. So.
Yeah, and I'll add to that after you answer. After the answer, the Mentimeter result is here. He would also like to talk a little about FDI threshold.
Sure.
Well, hedging is a very important instrument for mitigating the fluctuation risk that prevails in foreign currency exchanges. And in places where we have pegged currency, I think this is not a problem. So there have been always a demand from genuine potential serious investor how best this risk can be mitigated by earliest operationalization of hedging instrument. So to be very candid and straightforward, this lies under the purview of Ministry of Finance, but I am sure it's not Hedging Act. In fact, hedging regulation is already promulgated. But now, to get it really operationalized, we've got to flip in through our national account also and take stock of, what fiscal commitment and contingent liability that would arise from such project. So it is very important when we are saying toolkit for Nepal, for National Planning Commission, for IBN, the toolkit is, project bank guideline. We got to prioritize sector. We got to, in specific, when we are talking about sectors earlier, if you remember, I was saying hydropower mix. So what would be our priority now? Could be a picking run-of-river project with 4 to 5 hours of daily picking, or could be a storage scheme because that's a need of an hour. So for such project, government can come forward and most likely will do that same in days ahead also. But with sovereign credit rating and hazing, and even you could, there could be a genuine question about, viability gap fundings operationalization. The government is working on that, and let's be hopeful, not just promulgation or implementation of regulations, but a fund base. Hedging fund base has to be also maintained, risk sharing mechanism also has to be taken care of, and there is always cost associated with it. So the cost has to be also competitive. So in a very holistic approach, these things has to be taken care of. So all relevant line agency and IBN is there to do needful advocacy on that regard, and we would see we will come out with a doable, workable, implementable hedging mechanism. Thank you.
Yeah, on a quick comment on FDI threshold, the response seems to suggest that it's split in the middle. I personally don't have a side, but I just want the audience to take note of a couple of issues. We've had a threshold of 50 million rupees in the past. It's now revised downwards to 20 million. Actually, before 50 million, the threshold was only 5 million rupees. I think the question to ask is, with all these levels, look at our FDI inflow, still way below 1% of our GDP, right? And the second question to consider alongside the threshold issue is, we're not only talking about bringing in money. With FDI comes in a lot of management capability, technology, network. So those are aspects that we need to consider as well. So we may not be interested in getting $50,000 coming into a restaurant business or the likes, which have low entry barriers, but you certainly would want to look at the amount alongside what else is coming in, right? So just wanted to leave you with that thought.
Thank you so much. While it's a super interesting conversation, we will have to pause for now. However, I strongly encourage each one of you to make use of the 15-minute networking break we have between now and the second plenary session. And I would now like to request all our panelists and moderators to please come together for a group photograph.
Thank you so much.
I would now like to announce that we have tea coffee outside. Use this time for a 15-minute networking break as well. I will see you for the second plenary session at 12:20. Thank you. May I please request everyone to be seated? If you're in the hall, please be seated. I would request everyone to kindly be seated for the second plenary session of today's. We're about to start in 2 minutes now.
Okay.
I would request everyone to kindly take their seats. We're about to begin the second plenary session for today. I would also request friends at the back to kindly move up in front. We have ample seating right here.
Let's try and get, I think, more. Are there? We should go check outside.
Welcome back, everyone. After that networking session, hope you're feeling fresh and we're ready to begin the second plenary for today. Learning from the experiences and journeys of other people is perhaps the most important component of a forum like this. To ensure that potential investors make informed decisions, we have organized our second plenary session entitled Investing in Nepal, Experiences of Investors. I'm confident that this session will clarify a lot of concerns, thoughts, and doubts in the minds of the audience as we hear from the experience of all those who've been there, done that. We'll also hear about policy, practice, and suggestions that can help Nepal enjoy a competitive advantage and garner investment. Before we delve deeper into this conversation, I would like all the members of the audience to direct their attention towards the screen. A question is going to appear on your screen right now. Can I request the tech team to please put the question up? Please go to menti.com, audience members, and put in the number 761-684-73. I repeat, the code for this particular question is 761-684-73. And the question is, what for you is an example of a good investment in Nepal? What for you is a good example? What for you is an example of a good investment in Nepal? Could I request the team to please put up the choices on the screen as well? The choices on the screen. What for you is an example of a good investment in Nepal? Go to menti.com. We don't have choices right now, so if you could just type in a word, whether it's hospitality, whether you think it's export, whether you think it's infrastructure, it doesn't matter what you have to say. Just put in the word that you think is a great example for a good investment in Nepal, and we'll have a word blurb come up on the screen. Go to menti.com, 7616-8473. Can we have the answers on the screen, please? People are putting in their answers. It's not working? I'll come back to this question in a while. Is that okay? We'll try and fix the Menti right there, and I'll come back to this question in a while. In the meantime, let me also introduce you to the moderator for this session. She is Miss Rajni Thapa. She's the chairperson of Rajni Star Private Limited. Ms. Thapa is a PhD candidate who's also actively involved in several organizations. As a director at Singati Hydropower Private Limited, she is involved in strategic decisions for ensuring sustainable energy production and operational excellence. She is also involved in several organizations such as Rajni Star Private Limited and Rajni Sachetna Nepal, among others. She is also the treasurer of the Nepal-Mauritius British Business Council. Along with her, I would like to invite our panelists on stage. May we have a round of applause for Mr. Vincent Manuel, Mr. Manish Shilakar, Ms. Aarti Rajalakshmi Rana, and Mr. Bidya Baredi Sigdal. Please take your seats. Over to you, Rajni.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session. This is Wednesday morning. For coming 1.5 hours, we're going to discuss about the investment climate in Nepal and experience of investors, how they are perceiving working in Nepal. I'm Rajni Thapa, moderator of this session. So now I would like to introduce panelists. So here, just left to me, Ms. Aruti Raja Lakshmi Rana. She is the Chief Business Officer of Lakshmi Sunrise Bank, Nepal. Just next to her, it's Mr. Vicente Manuel, Vice President of Data and Analytical Fuse Machine. And just next to him, Vidya Bharati Del, Managing Director of Dolma Impact Fund. And just next to him is Mr. Manish Silakar, Regional Head of Hitech Energy. So they are our panelists for this session. So talking about investment climate in Nepal and experience of investor. So we have lots of experience and for company working here. So Nepal has started welcoming investor from 1990 after introduction of multi-party democracy. So I would like to go to the questions. So my first question would be to Mr. Vincent Manuel. So sir, tell us about your observation on the business environment in Nepal, the experience of fuse machine and the potential for business expansion in Nepal.
Okay, the first thing in terms of the business environment, one of the most important things, our company is working in artificial intelligence, and everyone is really interested in artificial intelligence. It's not that the artificial intelligence is happening somewhere else in the world. In Nepal, there are examples of in farming, in healthcare, in finance services where we are using artificial intelligence. In terms of the business environment, for us, the most important thing is the talent, like people. And you have people over here. It's like there are around like 15,000 graduates in IT every single year where we can tap. Then is favorable in terms of offering services not only in Nepal, but also abroad. The problem of Nepal is like if you are just only focusing in Nepal, it's like the market is small and it's complicated to find a skilled talent. Then it's super important the education. In terms of use machines, it was created in 2013, and our mission is democratizing artificial intelligence. Then what do? We get people that are finishing university and we are able to train them. Then in the end, the number of employees that we have, like 80% of the people are Nepalis living in Nepal. And in terms of the experience of the business, we are a great example because we are going to make it public in NASDAQ. The Nepali-born company in US, based in US headquarters, and then make it public to the NASDAQ. Then it's a great example in our case.
Thank you for your valuable remarks. Now I would like to ask a question to Mr. Aruti Raja Lakshmi Rana. So ma'am, to start any business in Nepal, we have to get in touch with bank for a variety of financial need. So how can banks support investor in Nepal as investment facilitator, not as a regulator? And how can Nepali business be made more competitive by keeping the cost of capital risen? What needs to be done at the policy level to make this possible?
Thank you for the question. Well, I'll just try to narrow down to foreign investors over here. So what are banks doing to support the investors? based on the experiences of Lakshmi Sunrise Bank, we have been acting as an advisory to the investor for inbound as well as outbound of remittances. That is, for any investors, for preliminary expenses, as well as when you want to do a survey or feasibility report, it is allowed. You don't have to seek approval from DOI or NRB to bringing 3% of the paid-up capital. So in that case, we facilitate inbound, and we do have experiences of both inbound and outbound. And in terms of exit, the investors, I think my experience is it takes quite some time for seeking approval from the DOI and the NRB for repatriation of fund. So in that case, what we do is we act as an escrow agent for the investor, so that we safeguard the interest of buyer as well as the seller. So during that interim period, I think it takes around 3 or 4 months for the entire approval to take place. From DOI, first you have to seek the approval to sell the shares. So once the title deed is transferred, again you need to seek approval from DOI as well as NRB. So the entire process takes 3 to 4 months. So as bank, what we do is we safeguard the interest of the buyer as well as the seller. Once the approval is done, we facilitate outbound. So likewise, what we do during the project implementation phases, as bank, we also extend credit facilities, funded as well as non-funded, against the project asset, as well as against the financial guarantee by the foreign banks. And in terms of like, the law does not allow foreign banks to mortgage the project assets. So what we do as a bank is we also act as a security agent for the foreign banks in terms of mortgaging the asset of the project here in Nepal. So in brief, that's what we do now. Coming back to the cost of capital, I think you mentioned cost of capital, and narrowing it down to debt now. Capital constitute both of equity and debt, and now because we provide debt financing, I think most of the investors and the borrowers, they always have a hue and cry about banks' pricing mechanism. So as banks, we do offer for projects, long-term loans, we do offer fixed pricing mechanism. So if the borrower wants to avoid fluctuation in pricing, which we have been seeing in Nepal's market quite frequently due to liquidity crisis, the cycle is there. During the credit crunch, the price is pretty high. So if you want to, if the investors want to opt for fixed pricing mechanism, we do have that mechanism. And so far, I haven't seen many of the investors opting for fixed pricing mechanism. That's the reason why there has been a lot of hue and cry on the pricing of the loan being increased during the credit crunch scenario.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful remarks. It's good to see women are leading in banking sector and wants to change the overall workforce diversity. So energy is one of the potential sector or cash crop in Nepal that can help trade laws with foreign trading partner. So underlying this, my question, I would like to go to Mr. Manish Silakar, sir, about specific investment opportunities, including project that your company is implementing in Nepal. Also discuss the anticipated returns, if possible, on the investment as well as the challenges and risks involved or faced.
Right. Thank you for the question, Rajni. First of all, a brief intro of our company. I'm representing Hitachi Energy. We are advancing sustainable energy future for all. As a technology leader, we collaborate with our customers and past partners to enable a sustainable future. As Hitachi Energy, we have a footprint in 140 countries. In Nepal, we are currently active in enterprise software. So our software is a part of a grid automation where we are creating and trading and risk management software which can be utilized. The market is not there yet in Nepal, but there is a high potential because even a day-ahead trading from NEA has started since like 4 years ago. Now, as Vicente suggested just now, you know, the investment that Hitachi Energy has made in Nepal, that was back in 2020, you know, it's more the human capital. That's what we are here after. You know, we have a tremendous talented pool of individuals. I'm not just talking about IT graduates. You know, the graduates from different engineering fields are whom we can tap into. The number that Vicente quoted, 10,000 graduates that we are churning every year, there's a huge potential for a company like us, you know, to work with these individuals. And it surprises me sometimes, you know, how the talent pool in here are there to solve very complex problems in the energy market, right? Now, in terms of other investment, you know, a company like ours, they are creating a world-class facilities in Kathmandu, in Nepal, and that is kind of setting a ground for other companies to follow. We have a very strong policies on ergonomics, you know, the employee well-being. Those we want, you know, other companies to take and lead as well. Now, as I just mentioned, the human capital, that is what our main focus is. And in terms of the return, you know, like we are not looking at high financial, you know, like ROI. It's more a non-financial ROI where we are getting high customer satisfaction, great safety, and quality delivered from the software. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful remarks. Now I would like to go with Mr. Vidya Bharati Sigdel. So as we know that Dolma Investment Fund has been very much active in supporting new ideas and entrepreneur in Nepal, we know that every startup has a chance to succeed and failure. That is natural phenomena in business. So sir, tell us about some success story of Dolma investment in Nepal. Also discuss the anticipated returns on investment, if possible, as well as the challenges and risks involved.
Thank you, Rajni. Thank you for having me here. So I'll just talk about Dolma through certain numbers, and probably, you know, success in itself is a function of so many things: financial return, impact that you do, and what greater good that you have done to the society. But having said that, you know, for all of us, we may want to measure success in different markers or indicators. So Dolma has so far invested in 13 companies, approximately $50 million. With that $50 million, we have been able to mobilize $220 million of capital within the country. We currently have, our energy portfolio currently provides 4,000 gigawatts of energy, gigawatt hour of energy per year, which can support 3 million, lighting of 3 million households. In terms of employment, the total portfolio of Dolma Impact Fund, the 13 companies that we have invested in, has employed around 12,000 people, among which 9,000 youth, 2,500 female, and 1,100 skilled female. So that is from a fund which has mobilized only $50 million. And Vicente, who is with me here, also is one of our portfolio companies. So when we look into a broader sense, yes, we have achieved a lot. And also we have two companies which are already listed in stock exchange, 3 to 4x in terms of the price that we invested in. A couple of exits that we are about to, we had a partial exit at a fairly good 50+% IRR. Fuse Machines is about to be listed in NASDAQ. So some financial return, but yet we had 2 write-downs. We have almost written off our entire investment and partial write-off on another one. So it's a mixed feeling for me. And in terms of numbers, I may not want to be able to give you an anticipated return that, okay, Dolma would be getting teen in returns on its investment, but we are doing fairly okay. We would return our investors' money back with some profits. And while doing so, we'd be creating a great impact for Nepal, not only in terms of the numbers that I just discussed, but the bigger picture is the track record. Dolma was the first international private equity fund domiciled to invest in Nepal. It is ring-fenced only for Nepal. So, you know, when we started in 2014, I came from a banking background, and when we started talking to potential investee companies, at that time it was like, you know, private equity what? Now there is a thriving private equity industry in Nepal and through local financiers. So that is the biggest success story that Dolma has brought into this country.
Thank you. So we do have a time bound, so I'm entering directly to the questions. So now we are in the second round. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for 20 minutes for your patience and listening our esteemed panelists. So I would like to start my second round question. So I would like to go with Mr. Vicent Mano. You talk about overall business climate in Nepal, including experience of fuse machine. So now we would like to know main challenges faced so far and how they are overcome.
I think, as I was just saying at the beginning, the most important thing, because it's aligned with our mission, is basically democratizing artificial intelligence. We always believe that it's like talent is everywhere, but opportunities are not. Then one of the main goals was bringing the opportunities here in Nepal. What is happening? If you take a look at the actual data, it's like the average age in this country is 24 years old. Plenty of them with a university degree and really good education. Then what is happening? That they have the desire to leave the country. And that's the main problem that we are facing over here. It's like most of the people, like the younger generation, their level of English is great, their skills are great, and the first thing that they want to do is basically leave Nepal because they see no future. Then the most important thing for us is working with other companies, working with the government, just to make sure that we are able to create those opportunities for the people. Remember, for us, the most important thing is the talent that is over here. But it's not only giving the opportunities for people not to decide to leave. It's like there are plenty of Nepalis that are doing really well around the world. It's like, how are we going to be able to build the environment for bringing those people back? Okay? It's super important because one of the problems that we have is, in our case, that is artificial intelligence, data, technology in general, is that in order to be able to create new talent that is able to upskill themselves, you need to have senior people that are mentoring and coaching and so on. How are we able to bring those Nepalis that they have left or bring other people over here just to make sure that they are able to grow? They don't need to leave. It's like in general, this is happening in other, I'm from Spain. We're pretty used that everyone wants to leave the country and so on. And the only way is creating better opportunities and that they can see a future. That you are not doing the same job for the rest of your life. And in technology, it's super simple. It's like we are engineers, we like to solve problems, but not the same problem over and over and over again. Okay? Then, for me, the most important thing is that, and then, as I was just saying, with artificial intelligence, we have to invest more in research. Then we have to make sure that we are able to speak with the government, speak with other companies, create the environment with the proper regulation to be able to access data and tackle Nepali problems. Doesn't matter if we are speaking about climate change, pollution, or any other thing. There are plenty of problems that can be tackled with data and with the right environment. Then I think that's really important too. But for me, it's like always people. It's like it's the most important thing that you can have in a company or in a business. Okay?
Thank you for you. Thank you for your wonderful sharing. Thank you for your wonderful sharing. So now I would like to go with Manish Silakar, sir. So as per Mr. Vincent talk about the challenges that he and his company faced while working in Nepal. So now I would like to know from your side the ease and difficulty of doing business in Nepal.
I kind of agree with Vicent, what he mentioned, people. That's where the focus is. And our company, just like Fuse Machine, we are in IT industry, and our biggest asset are the people as well, right? And as he pointed out, the trend that we see is one of the biggest challenges in Nepal is everybody wants to go abroad. They've just cleared their high schooling, and they don't even want to stay for their bachelor's. They don't want to try the water here in Nepal. And I think it's such a big shame, right? What we as Hitachi Energy are doing is we are taking fresh graduates. We are scouting, the talent pool, even before they have graduated, right? We have a very amazing internship, traineeship program where we are looking at somewhere between 600 to 1,000 university to-be graduates, and we are selecting cream of the creams, somewhere between 20 to 30 individuals, and we are training them, And we know not all of them will qualify and stay in our company, and most of these fellows, they would just migrate. They would go abroad. That is going to be the first thing in their mind. And unfortunately, there is very less company like us can do. What we are doing when we employ the talent here, we are giving them opportunities for rotational job, because we do want to also let them know that grass is not greener on the other side. Like Nepal is a wonderful place to be. There's a lot of potential and there are lots of good stories that we can tell by just being in this country, right? And I'm one of those examples. I moved abroad. I studied in Netherlands, and I came back as a regional head of Hitachi Energy. Those opportunities still exist, and we want our employees to make that aware. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful sharing. Now I would like to go with Ms. Aruti Raja Lakshmi Rana. So as per your previous panelists had talked about the challenges and easiness in doing business in Nepal. So from your perspective, could you light us what are the unique challenges investors in Nepal's financial sector are liking to face? And how have you navigated the challenges?
Before getting into the challenges that investor or investee companies facing in the financial sector, I also want to highlight the fact that Nepalese financial sector has been very instrumental in terms of developing the energy project, because we talked a lot about green project, hydropower, potential of hydropower in the country, and from 18 hours of load shedding to today where we are exporting energy to India and bringing in huge amount of remittances from India. I think that's a good example of how financial sector has been very instrumental in terms of developing hydropower project here in Nepal. And just to touch upon Lakshmi Sunrise Initiative in Energy Project, we have 50 projects in hand. Some are under operation, some are under construction, and the installed capacity of those hydropower projects are like 1700 megawatt. It is pretty huge, and the commitment is also huge. We have 10 of the projects where we are lead, and one of the projects, so we have the we have Dolma Impact also as an investor in one of the projects. So I think when we talk with the investors and the investee company about the challenges they're facing in the financial sector, they tell me that it's more on the regulatory side. I mean, they're very happy with the banks. I don't know if I can boast about that, but they are very happy with the banks. The major challenge is on the regulatory side. Now, of course, there will be certain challenges, and from the industry experience and from the experience of Lakshmi Sunrise, what I want to say is time and again there is liquidity crisis in the market, as you all are aware of, and during that period, the problem occurs during that period, that is on the drawdown. I'm not saying Lakshmi Sunrise has not committed on their drawdown, but it is in the industry that we face time and again that when there is liquidity crisis, there's credit crunch, drawdown is delayed, so that impacts the project. I mean, you know, when the project is delayed, there is definitely cost overrun, and that will impact the total project cost. So that is there. As far as our experiences in one of the project is on the pricing side. So there was this pricing that was fixed for a certain period of time, but because of the fact that the project, the cost of the project had increased and the banks had to finance additional, provide additional funding for the project. So banks were reluctant, especially during the credit crunch time, the banks were reluctant to agree on that reduced pricing, so the price had to be increased. So I think these were the few challenges that I think investors had faced. We could probably discuss more from the investor side or the investee side on their challenges with the, that they faced with the financial sector. And what was the other question?
How you navigated the challenge?
Absolutely. As lead bank of one of the projects, we did manage to get the cost overrun financing from the consortium banks, but in terms of the pricing, we had to agree with the larger mass, I mean the majority of consortium, so that's it. And regarding, I think one of the industry did face a problem in terms of the drawdown. In that case, I think the lead bank managed to bring in 2 other banks to fund the project. That was one of the large size project. So that is it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now I would like to go with Mr. Vidya Varadi Sigdal, sir. So could you please tell us about how easy difficulty it is for foreign investor to navigate the process of business registration and operating a business in Nepal? What is your outlook for the future of your business in Nepal?
For us, regulatory challenges, I'd say, in last 10 years, we have seen it all. When we did our first FDI processing, we also did not know the process, and then the Department of Industries also did not understand how a fund operates. Central Bank had its own issues regarding the fund, how it operates. One of our projects took more than 13 months to get from the day we signed our final approval to money in the bank account. Now, the last one, it took less than 2 weeks. So we all have evolved in our journey with the regulatory things. I've seen my colleagues from Department of Industries here. They have done a tremendous job in shortening the process, making it more robust. Now, the Prime Minister today, in his speech, also mentioned about automated route, which we are yet to test, but we understand that this would also make it more seamless in terms of getting the regulatory approvals of bringing in the money. But that's one of the approval that is required. There are a number of other approvals that we need to get businesses in this country. So, for example, if it's a energy company, a hydropower project, it would need a survey license, it would need a generation license, it would need a survey license for transmission line, it would need an environmental clearance. There are 16 different approvals that you need before you actually start operating or constructing a hydropower project. There may be 2 less for a solar project. We also have invested in a hospital. Now, in hospital, it's not only the government of Nepal, then there is the state government's involvement. We have invested in pharmaceutical. There is a Department of Drug Administration who does the entire regulating on the pharmaceutical. So, ease of doing business is probably something that is challenging in Nepal, not only in terms of bringing in money. We need to utilize that money too. Keeping money idle in the country it's really detrimental because it is a negative carry for all of the investors, and they do not like it. We want to draw down as and when required. Maybe if the funds are required tomorrow, the banking system is fairly robust. Thanks to Aarti and their team, we can draw down the money today so that they can transfer it to more. It's that robust. But is other sectors following up the same pace? No. So there are difficulties. But with all these difficulties, there are opportunities as well, because there is a delay in getting the hydropowers approvals, including PPA signing and all those things. The investors can engage early, which means they can help the companies have a robust system on ESG and other things. We may not want to enter into a project which is already a shovel ready, but there are a number of investigations which were not done or not done as par as we would want them to do. Or in case of a pharmaceutical or a hospital, there may be issues that we would want them to engage in terms of enhancing the governance, enhancing the quality of the deliverables that we expect as a foreign investor. And in terms of what we are doing next, we want to raise a bigger energy-only fund. We call it Dolma Climate Fund. This would be dedicated to renewable energy, mostly into hydropower, solar, as well as energy efficiency projects in Nepal. The whole story behind this is the climate change, and Nepal being in such a strategic geographic position, our contribution to climate change not only helps our economic prosperity, but also the whole neighborhood, especially India, because India is still being fueled by the fossil fuels, which means that their transition to renewable energy also helps the overall global climate change story.
Thank you. Now we are at the end of our session. Thank you all of our esteemed panelists for lighting all of us in this room, which enriching perspective exists in Nepal, including navigation to overcome those challenges. So I would like to hand over the microphone to Mansi. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that fabulous job as a moderator. Can we have a round of applause for all our panelists? But we aren't done here yet. Because this is a democratic platform, I would love to have, number one, your questions. If there are any questions at all, if you would like to ask anything to the panelists, kindly raise your hand. Somebody is going to come with a cue card. Fill that in and we'll sort and sift and ask the top 3 questions to our esteemed panelists right away. Also, I'd like to request the tech team to please put up the Mentimeter on screen. This is going to be a simple question with 4 options. Please go to menti.com. Please go to menti.com. Meanwhile, if there are any questions, please raise your hand. Somebody is going to come with a cue card and you can ask questions to specific members of the panel. Please go to menti.com as well. This is your chance to really contribute to this conversation. And the question is, what for you is an example of a good investment in Nepal? And when you go to menti.com, I want you to go, type in the code 388881353. I repeat, please go to menti.com. The code for this particular question is 388881353. And once you're there, just type in the answer, just vote for the answer that you think is most important. And the options are building a hydropower project, constructing a luxury hotel, investing in solar energy, establishing a facility for making of products that can be exported. I'll keep the Menti on for another 1 minute. If there are any questions that you have for any of the panelists, kindly raise your hand. Somebody is going to come with a cue card for you. Can we stop the Mentimeter, please? Tech team, can we just stop this? And can we show the final results on the screen? Panelists, would you like to see that and possibly comment on that? Yes, you have it right in front of you. No craning of necks required, yes. Would anyone like to comment on that?
I could. So very interestingly, energy is second, exporting products is first, constructing a hotel is the least one. But I believe constructing a hotel, luxury hotel is equally important for the reason that we need to attract tourism, and that's the only way we can bring in high-end tourism to the country. Energy, I understand the need. Together it's second, 17 plus 17 is 34. Still, it is lesser than exporting products. Our competitiveness in exportable products is fairly low. Probably now with the diaspora, Nepali diaspora around the world, we can still look into how can we make or popularize a certain product which can be exported. We used to be a very good exporter of carpets and garments and whatnot, but with the change in time and taste, probably we have not been able to catch up. But our peer countries like Bangladesh, Vietnam, and others have done tremendously well in making them poised as an export economy. We need to learn from them what can be done better in our country so that we can remain competitive globally in terms of exporting our goods.
I would like to add, when we are speaking about product, I think is what is driving our success, because in the end we are creating artificial intelligence products that we are selling in the United States. Then depends what is the definition of product. When it's a technology product, right now the only thing that you need is an internet connection. Okay? If we are speaking about something material that then we have to send, then we need to figure it out how we are going to be working with the government just to improve the infrastructure. Because in the end, the product needs to get out of the country. And it's not only the regulation, it's basically the road and all these kind of things. But in our case, it's super simple. It's like product is what is driving our success. We have things that we are deploying not only in Nepal, but with our customer in the US. And actually, our business model was first the product are tested in the United States, and then we are trying to help companies in Nepal to use the same advance that we have been able to produce and use in the US. Things like automations of document that is helping on the financial services, even with handwriting in Nepali, that we are able to bring back to the market. Then I do agree there is a product, but we need to make sure that there is the right environment, that we don't say, oh, we have this amazing product, but then are we able to take the product out of the market, out of Nepal? Are we able to do it on time? And all these kind of things. For us, it's easier. Internet, making sure that the internet is working all the time. That's it. And then the other thing for products, if we are speaking about technology products, we can always use, there should be more investment in hardware. What does this mean? It should be easier to buy hardware over here. Nepal is in a strategic position. You were speaking about hydroelectric power. We are producing, or Nepal is producing more energy than the one that is needed for consuming. Data centers is a proper example. It's going to be cheaper for a company to set up a data center over here than in any other country. Because if you put it in the mountains, then you don't need to invest that much money in air conditioning. Then there are opportunities over there that needs to be evaluated, and it's going to be helping on the technology sector. Thank you.
All are important sectors, but all right, all are important sectors, but if you ask me, I would probably go for hydropower, because we do know that in the last 30 years or so, the average rate of growth has just been around 4% Nepal. And now we are advancing from LDC. We have a target to advance from LDC in 2026, and by 2030, we're targeting for middle income country. And similar growth that we've had in the past is not sufficient to achieve those bigger goals. So I think what will take Nepal to that level, I think, is hydropower project, definitely because of the fact that we are rich in hydro resources. We have 42,000 feasible capacity in Nepal, but that has not been actually unleashed. So far, the installed capacity is only 3,300. There has been effort in that direction, but still we need more commitment from the private sector, from the investors, as well as even from the government to unleash the potential that we have in the hydropower sector. From, as I mentioned earlier, also from 18 hours of load shedding to being able to export electricity to India, and with India signing an agreement for importing 10,000 of megawatt of electricity from Nepal, and also Bangladesh in the pipeline. I think there's huge potential for hydropower in the country. Investment is warranted in that direction. Only looking at BFIs for the financing is not sufficient. I think we should also be now looking into possibility of sourcing out green financing, as we've heard a lot about it. I think the investors should opt for green financing. I think there's cheap financing out there in the world. It's just that I think there's a lot to do in terms of capability development. I think things are getting in place, I should say, because I remember 10 years ago, we hardly heard of things like ESG, you know, now that is a priority now. Even in Lakshmi Sunrise Bank, we have recently established a department, Sustainability and Environmental Impact Department, which is working in terms of ESG compliance, and we've also started measuring, I think PCAF, I think we have associated with PCAF, and now we've started measuring the carbon footprint. So things are changing, you know. So I think once we have that ecosystem in place, I think the investors will be able to bring in green financing, which probably would be cheaper than the bank's financing, I suppose. But still a lot of things to do, like country rating is not in place. Government has made a commitment that within a year that probably would happen. And of course, hedging, if you do with banks, is pretty costlier. So hedging mechanism also need to be in place. So I think I see a very bright future if we invest in hydropower project, and there's huge potential in Nepal. Thank you.
So in terms of the product export, you know, I think one thing that we have not discussed is, and Vincent briefly touched about it, product does not have to be tangible, right? We have a very big potential of exporting services. Obviously, you know, we are in an emerging state. You know, us being very close to India, if you look at the IT sector, you know, we have that potential as well. You know, like we are not there as expensive as India. I think that's something we need to tap as well. The other thing regarding the hydro power projects, you know, we are only looking at generating energy. Any unit of energy that you generate, you know, in Western country, we have this concept of creating renewable credits. That is something that I don't know if it is here in Nepal yet. That's something we would need to explore. That's something we would need to export. And, you know, all of the megawatt, gigawatt hours that we are generating, you know, the potential to generate those credits is tremendous, you know, and forums like this, discussions like this, opens the discussion and the ground for work for that. Yeah, thank you.
I do have a question from the audience now, and this is directed towards Mr. Sigdal. And the question is, what are the challenges being faced by Nepal in gaining climate funds for mitigation measures such as solar and hydropower? Do you think Nepal is technically capable of handling such energy transition by 2030? Would you like me to repeat that?
No, I'm not sure. I'm an expert on, you know, how can we actually. We are trying one, a smaller one, $100 million climate. That's a bond initiative that we are trying to do. There are a number of things that are challenges, local regulations. Nepal not being rated as a country is often, you know, it's not in the investment radar around the world. The most important thing that sovereign Nepal needs to do is maybe raise a bond, not a big. If we need not have a money, like, a lot of money, but, maybe $100, $200 million sovereign bond that gives a lot of analysts a yield curve that they can look into, and based on that, the private pricing could make sense. So unfortunately, because we do not have those kind of things, it's difficult. Climate finance in itself is a bit challenging in the sense that Nepal, there are certain agencies. Green Climate Fund is trying to do certain things with one of the commercial banks in Nepal. There are other agencies that is looking into Nepal. Nepal is one of the most vulnerable country affected by climate change because our glaciers are melting, the Himalayas are not getting as much of snow that we used to get. If you go to Pokhara, you can see, like, Macha Puchre has turned black all of a sudden. It's now a big piece of rock on that side. It used to be a very majestic, beautiful mountain. So there is a lot of potential. We are trying to get some access to it, but it's more of a country's effort to how can we attract that kind of resource. Our Prime Minister was there in Dubai to discuss on the COP event about our ask. We did not ruin this climate. We did not heat the earth, but why should we suffer? Was the message loud and clear. So probably now we'll be getting more priority in climate finance. But if you ask me, like, it's already 24 and by 2030, can we solve it? I believe with this pace, no. That's a straight answer. But we can be around there. We can do better things. We can attract bigger, larger pool of capital. And we need it. I was talking to the Director General just before this event, and when we are talking about 10,000 megawatts of energy, we are talking about $20 billion, $30 billion. That's the kind of money that we need. We don't have that kind of money. Our banking system does not have that kind of money. And if the banking system were to allot that kind of money to energy, then our SMEs, micro SMEs are gone. They will never get that kind of the access to finance that we would actually give them to have that economic prosperity. So with some initiatives from private sector as well as the government, I'd not say 2030 is the right target year, but we should be able to get it somewhere and closer to by 2030.
Would you like to conclude the session?
So the summary of this session is there has been lots of potential improvement with regards to investment in Nepal. Although panelists has pointed out few challenges, I guess we all should seriously consider them in solving in next future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot to the panelists. I really enjoyed the fact that we had a lot of representation from different sectors here. Not only that, not only were you very honest in expressing your opinions, I loved the sharing of ideas, and I loved how we ultimately came to climate change as well. Thank you so much, panelists. Fabulous job. Thank you for the moderation. I would now like to request all of you to please come together for a group photograph. And can we have a round of applause for our panelists and our moderator, please, for this extremely insightful session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Now I need to announce that we have a lunch break for 45 minutes, post which we will run 2 parallel sessions in this very hall. A lunch break for 45 minutes, and I will see you at 2:15 p.m.